Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you will forgive us for the delay because what we are waiting for is really interesting. For me, it's a great honor to take part in this roundtable on the topic of adequate and transforming social economy. Thank you all for accepting the invitation of the Ministry of Labor and Social Policies to participate in today's event. It turns out that June is a very special month for the social economy. Let me give you the facts. On the 10th and 9th of June, two key organizations adopted documents that are very important in terms of social economy. One is the International Labour Organization, the other is the OECD. So our forum today is very important also because next month in plenary session of the European Parliament, the European Social Economy Plan will be discussed and adopted. Today we will discuss several matters. Basically, we will identify the scope of social economy through the prism of the digital, the environmental and demographic transition. We are facing various challenges in different spheres, and in our discussion we hope we will mainstream our own position. I'm very grateful to you all for accepting our invitation. Let me now introduce Mr. Georgi Gyokov, the Minister for Labor and Social Policy in Bulgaria. Mr. Nikola Schmidt, Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights. Mrs. Modeva, Deputy Minister for Tourism. Mr. Ivan Krstev, Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Labor and Social Policy. Mrs. Varlakova, Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Labor. The focus of our debate is social economy in the various sectors and its contribution for the economic development of the country. We will view the social policies of Bulgaria through the prism of the European policies. We'll have the honor to hear a video address by Mr. Kaufin, Chair of the Dublin Foundation. My first guest today is Minister Gyokov. Mr. Gyokov, in December, the European Commission proposed the plan for social economy. This has been an important moment in our common social model. Do you think that our domestic policies run in unison with the European directives? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Manchev, for your question. Indeed, this is a very pertinent question, especially with a view to the importance given to social and solidarity economy by Europe and the world as a whole. Before I answer your question, let me greet our esteemed colleague from the European Commission, Mr. Nikola Schmidt, who is the Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights from Luxembourg. Welcome, Mr. Schmidt, and congratulations for your active work making it a reality for the European citizens of all principles of social policies. I value a lot the legal initiatives proposed during your mandate because they had a great effect on the systems for social protection. Before I answer your question, Mr. Nachev, I'd like to comment on several significant things that relate to social economy. Indeed, this is part of economy that improves people's quality of life and leads to better well-being. Our important objective is to provide our citizens with social security, but for this the importance of the private sector is indeed important, because the private sector builds goods that touch upon very significant local needs. The participation of social economy in this area is very important, and for us, the decision makers, it's important to take the responsibility and share it with other participants in the social sector. The role of social economy is indeed enormous in times of crisis. We shouldn't allow our achievements be discredited in difficult times, and this is important for the future of Bulgaria and the European society. Bulgaria is very successful with view of our participation in various European formats, and we contribute to our common policy. And our own Bulgarian policy has its European dimension. In June this year, we adopted the 5th biennial plan on social economy for 2022-23, and we've referred a lot to the action plan of the European Commission, the Committee of Regions, and in order to be more effective and more sustainable, we planned specific activities in which public administration cooperates with various subjects of social economy. Special focus is given to social economy with regard to the way it can support the digital and environmental transition. We are planning also on activities related to more targeted investments for the purposes of social inclusion, employment, and with a special focus on social inclusion of vulnerable groups. Also, we have a focus on regional development. We have an increased resource on our social policies, more than 70 million more. We've evolved several aspects of our social policies with regards to clusters, social innovation, improving the opportunities for networking in the private-public sector. Then building the capacity of the subjects of social economy is of key importance, and this is part and parcel of our plan for the social economy. Also, universities have a greater role envisaged, and research will be done in this area. Several mechanisms of the public authorities will be developed, including public procurement, in order to better address the needs of social economy. Now, welcome Mr. Neikov, Deputy Minister for Agriculture and Food.
Dear Mr. Gyakov, I will announce a piece of news. The second question will refer to something that is new. Bulgaria was supported to chair the monitoring committee in 2023. My question is the following. This is a great opportunity for Bulgaria to direct debate towards development of social solidarity economy in the next 2 years. What are the new directions in which the debate should be? Yes, thank you. This is indeed news. I already mentioned that Bulgaria participated in the work of European institutions in various formats of the policy for social and solidarity economy. We have perspectives, views for common action with other member countries. So directly to answer the question, we would like to direct the dialogue in the areas and have these areas discussed during our chairmanship in 2023. First, one topic directed to opportunities for cohesion of the policies of the countries of East Europe, encouraging partnership between regions, signing agreements between cities that have chaired the monitoring committee under the motto Sofia Alliance for Social Economy. And secondly, a topic directed at state funds for supporting the social policy through public financing. And thirdly, clusters, encouraging, multiplying good practices. These are important topics and challenges for developing a equality social economy that creates transformation. So I see the chairmanship of Bulgaria as an opportunity for dialogue in these areas. Thank you, Mr. Gyokov. You started a discussion for the monitoring committee. You also mentioned that social economy is one of the tools that will build upon the social model in a more satisfactory way for European citizens. Dear Mr. Schmidt, your presence here as a Commissioner for Employment and Labor shows how important it is to work together. What is the future role and importance of solidarity economy for the future model? You were our guest in 2018 during the Bulgarian during a roundtable. You outlined the connection between social solidarity economy and the European pillar of social rights. Since then, political debate finds a place. The topics of the Green Deal, the digital transformation and democratic trends found a place in the social talks. What is the role of social and solidarity economy in the carrying out of a smooth demographic and ecological transformation in the condition of fast digitalization of the member countries?
First, I'm very glad to be here. After 2018, you mentioned, and especially I'm very glad that Bulgaria will get the presidency of the Luxembourg group, which was a gathering of certain member states who wanted to develop more rapidly and more intensively social economy at European level. So I think Bulgaria will be a great president of this group because of the large experience of social economy and also the large numbers of social entrepreneurs in Bulgaria. Now, I think the Minister has already indicated we are going through a deep transformation, which in a way also has another side because we are experiencing a major crisis. We had the COVID crisis, and here we noticed how important it is to have good social services responding to the challenge of the pandemic, especially for those groups of population who are the most vulnerable and who suffered mostly from this COVID crisis. Now we are in a situation again of a new crisis because we have a war in Europe, not very far away from here, with millions of refugees. And I think again, social economies, social enterprises have the possibility and build up the networks to help the refugees, give them housing, give them jobs, give kids, and among them there are a lot of kids because there are many women and kids coming, give them education. So again, social economy shows each time its capacity to respond to a very particular moment, to a particular situation. And the Minister mentioned, and you mentioned it, we are also in a profound transformation of our economies, and in a way also of our society. Three major issues. First, the aging of our population, everywhere in Europe, but I notice also in Bulgaria. This needs new types of social services, needs developing care, needs new methods of organizing care, and so we need not just inclusion, we need also social innovation to keep society together. Society together means generational cohesion, but also social cohesion. And the second big challenge is the greening of our economy, the need for adapting our agriculture, but also greening our industry, developing renewable energy, again, very urgent in a way because we are also in a major energy crisis with energy prices going up very, very rapidly. So here also social entrepreneurship can be a response, because when we are talking about social entrepreneurship, we include also the entrepreneurship in the more environmental or green areas. So I think there is a big challenge, but a big opportunity for new kinds of entrepreneurship to provide energy, affordable energy and clean energy to our population. And the third one is digital. And digital certainly can help all these areas, because we see that you can use digital not just to have a better management of energy, you can have new ways of education and providing skills. This is a major issue in all of our countries, and also, by the way, in Bulgaria, skilling up, reskilling the population, given that technology is going fast and technology is now influencing a lot of jobs. So in all sectors, by the way, services, social services, but also industry and other activity, agriculture, by the way, also. So I think here also cooperatives, social economy, social entrepreneurship can be really a vector for promoting digital innovation in a fair way, in an inclusive way, because it's not about having some people knowing well about digital. We have to make sure that all citizens, and this is the societal dimension of digital, we have to include all citizens also with digital. So we have really to expand digital knowledge. So I think all this social economy can play an important role in promoting, but to do that, we have to give social economy, social enterprises the right framework, the support, the financing, to be active and also to be in a way competitive in the different markets.
Много благодаря на господин Шмидт.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schmidt.
In the typical style, he was able to describe all the challenges for that social economy can be an answer to, and which we can overcome using successful social economic models, social entrepreneurship, cooperation, etc. Opportunities for connection between social economy and other sectors with funding from the state. I will ask a second question to Mr. Schmidt. It will be formulated in the following way. The national policy in Bulgaria will stress in the next years on social innovations and social clusters as answers to those challenges that you mentioned in your statement. Do you think that these are the correct directions in which it can undergo development?
To really create the right framework for the development of social economy. social economy is an overall concept. But within social economy, we have a lot of very different types of activity. We have social services, we have the support to the most vulnerable, we have social economy at the service of vulnerable people, people with disability, but we have also innovation. I noticed when I went to the fair, there were new startups producing in the mind of circular economy, which is also something which is developing fast, circular economy, and so forth, and so on and so forth. So I think we have a common approach and at the same time a diversified approach, building clusters where companies can develop in their specific areas. I think is the right way how to develop and to strengthen also the social enterprises. What we need is to create good jobs, jobs with well-skilled people, with particular skills, but also with soft skills when we are talking about, for instance, social services, care issues. So I think we need this kind of clusters of differentiation in the global framework of the development of social economy. So I can absolutely approve and support the approach to build this kind of clusters within Bulgarian social economy. And I think this can at the end reinforce and strengthen and encourage young people to become social entrepreneurs. We notice now with a very young generation, they are looking not just for a job, they are also looking for a meaningful job. And they are looking sometimes also for their own initiative, so to become really an entrepreneur. And I think here, social economy with different aspects, different areas where they can develop can be the right answer to foster this new kind of entrepreneurship that has a strong, not only can help society, but has also a strong meaning for those fostering it.
Много ви благодаря, господин Шмидт.
Mr. Schmidt raised a question that is particularly important for everyone involved in social economy, the support and tools for funding of social and solidarity economy. I have the pleasure to discuss with Mr. Ivan Krstev. Mr. Krstev, do you have information how the state will support social solidarity economy, social entrepreneurship? Of course, funding from public institutions, from national budget or European budget, should boost this. I've always thought that this is a driving force for progress. So everyone here who put energy and fund, we all are involved in solidarity economy. The state are all of us who have gathered here to come up with something positive and beneficial. We have several tools. First, funds from the European Social Fund. And if I see something today in Pavilion 11, is that I know the stories of many of the exhibitors because many of them have been our beneficiaries in the last 17 years in the pre-accession process and with money from the European Social Fund and the programs for human resource development. 48 million leva have been planned exclusively for support of social enterprises. Tomorrow, as soon as tomorrow, is the first session of the Committee for Monitoring, which we aim, with the support of our colleagues from the European Commission, for which I wish to thank the team who is present in the room and Commissioner Mr. Schmidt, because this was the first program which was sent to be approved by the European Commission. It was a pilot project for supporting social and solidarity economy. The main question is employing people with disabilities, all whatever needs they have in terms of education, training, to ensure long-term employment. And because formally the decision is not to be made by the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy, in correspondence with the tradition, there is a collective authority which includes all stakeholders and organizers in the country. It would be good if some of the benefits that they can get, we plan to fund projects with a minimum support of, amounting to 400,000 leva. But we pay dues to the importance of social policy, and one of the first programs will be in this area. You mentioned, you hinted in the question to Commissioner Schmidt, the importance of the clusters. Bulgaria, the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy, has a plan for restoration and sustainability. We have planned 6 regional clusters, focus points, and they should be boosters in support of these 6 regions. And we plan teams in them and offices, exhibition areas available for free to social enterprises to support them with a further step. The states will aim to create new sustainable solutions to promote the produce of the social enterprises in electronic platforms. Those have been approved in response to the needs of the environment. So I thank you personally, to you and your team, for what you have done so far. But talking about these focal points, I'm sure that while they exist, they will create new services supporting the Bulgarian social entrepreneur.
Thank you, Mr. Krastev. If you allow me, I'd like to add to what Mr. Krastev said. The two tools add up to more than 70 million Bulgarian levs, which is a record for Bulgaria. We haven't had such large resources dedicated. He says this is the minimum value. So again, we have good news. Thank you, Mr. Krastev. Now, Mr. Neikov, you are here as a representative of the Ministry of Agriculture. For us, it's an honor. We haven't had the pleasure to hear from the Ministry of Agriculture, which is a proof that this policy has more horizontal character nowadays. We have a long-standing tradition in Bulgaria of cooperatives. How do you think in agriculture the principle of social economy could support the competitiveness of small agricultural producers and improve agriculture in Bulgaria? Mr. Nachev, I hope you can hear me well. Dear Commissioner, dear Minister, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It was a pleasure to accept your invitation because it's good to lead by example. We could show you what it means to have social and solidarity economy. I'll give you a concrete example. And it will work the same way if it's an example about the 7 of us here or about the rest of you in the whole. In Silistra municipality, the village of Ishirkovo, we have a cooperative with 157 employees, and in active seasons they employ further 150 people for the harvest. They have wheat and sunflowers, and also they have orchards. So why am I telling you this? It's a cooperative of 30,000 acres. If they only deal in wheat and corn, 4 or 5 persons could be employed there. Actually, the ratio is 1 person employed per 1,500 something acres. You can see that a cooperative of this size could employ either 5 persons or 150. So it all depends on the model they decide to employ. There are villages in this region where the population stayed in the villages due to the employment provided by this cooperative. So this village is very important because it indeed provides a lot of employment, and you can see how important social and solidarity economy is. Because this is the principle employed by the president of this cooperative, Mrs. Velichka Stoicheva. So congratulations to you, and I really admire people like that. Of course they face challenges, but and also have smaller income, because it's one thing to pay 5 salaries, it's completely different to pay 150 or 300 people, including the people employed during the harvest. Actually, this is not the only benefit from this cooperative. They also produce quality bread and provide employment, which means that this region is not depopulated. But they face challenges that we can help them overcome. I could say that we provided the financing. We have the financial resource. The question is how we should allocate it. For example, I could tell you that our resource for competitiveness has increased 4-fold, from 15% local co-financing to now 60-something% of co-financing. That's because we understand very well that it's important to create jobs and keep them. Many friends would ask me, tell us which is the best business in agriculture, where is the big income? I always answer, you won't get good income if you don't get good workforce and be in line with newer technologies. A week ago, we, with my colleagues, visited the Netherlands. We wanted to attract local greenhouse specialists, and we managed to do so, and we are waiting for them to come in October and provide their experience to their Bulgarian counterpart. Why am I telling you all this? In the Netherlands, although their greenhouses are usually 50 acres each, and they are very intensive in terms of production intensive. They've evolved a lot, and this would be very difficult to copy in Bulgaria. We should be aware of this. Yes, indeed, we used to have very good traditions before in terms of the cooperative movement, but that was a long time ago, and now we have to build it up again. Say one farmer applies for a project, and it's a small farmer. He could apply for up to 125,000 euro, which means that 50% of this, which is 75,000, he should invest himself. But if they cooperate, and if we have 4 small farmers deciding to cooperate and apply for equipment or irrigation equipment or some sort of machinery related to green economy, the 4 of them get a limit that's much higher, say 1 million euro. And because they cooperated, we give them 25%, which means that if the local co-financing is 60%, they will get 125,000 euro more. Now, this is a thing that can only be found here. You can't see it anywhere else in Bulgaria, in Europe. We asked them in the Netherlands, how did you build those greenhouses? How did you buy your equipment necessary for energy efficiency? They say take hot water from 30 kilometers away. What they tell us is 30–40% own financing, and the rest is bank loans. They only managed to buy the packaging equipment themselves, and they only had the right to participate in projects for financing because they united, they cooperated. In Bulgaria, everybody, of course, looks for the deal. But very often people do not look at for the long-term success. You utilize some money, and in 5 years you have nothing more. Why? Because we don't have cooperatives. And it's been a month now, but we've been working on the bill on sector associations in order to know who we are talking to. At the moment, as things stand, 3 people can build the association of beekeepers, or only a few people could build an association that would lobby for their personal interests before Parliament and change the direction in which the European budget will be allocated. Now, our very important topic is to adopt this act on sectorial associations in order to be aware who's who. Then we will work on cooperatives and circle economy. We will strive for allowing our cooperatives to close their cycles. And third, we are planning on financial stimuli in order to make our producers more competitive. I think that our plan is to generate more than 1 billion levs, which we will target into competitiveness and various sectors. We have no other option but to go forward and go upwards in order to be competitive. I know that we don't have much time. It's an important topic. Everybody has a lot to say about their own sectors, but this is what's important for us nowadays. We are working on it, and yes, we have the self-esteem enough in order to achieve growth in agriculture, and to do that we need cooperation and we need social and solidarity economy, because our most valuable resource has always been humans and people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nekov. You made an emphasis on several things. First, that cooperatives and social solidarity economy can have a positive impact on negative demographic trends in the country, lack of workforce, quality of workforce, competitiveness of small companies. Of course, agriculture may use the models of social solidarity economy, and I hope partnership between our ministries will lead to improvement of the current situation as you described it, in the way you described it. Dear Mrs. Modeva, the sector of tourism is one of those sectors that produces a large share of the GDP in the country. At the same time, representatives of the tourist sector point out the lack of workforce as a reason for lack of sustainability. There are a lot of companies who deal with tourism. Do you see in the models of social solidarity economy a tool for overcoming the challenges in front of Bulgarian tourism? Thank you, Mr. Nachev, for the question and for the opportunity of representatives of the Ministry of Tourism to take part in this forum. Dear Mr. Schmidt, dear Mr. Gyokov, Deputy Ministers, representatives of the forum. The tourist sector needs an integrated approach because it is affected by other sectoral policies, and it has suffered lately not only because of COVID but also because of the military conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Of course, everything that is happening is a direct challenge. There are some sustainable problems in the tourism sector related to staff, human resources, and the possibility of offering our resources that are not only seasonal but also for 4 seasons. In this sense, the balance between the traditionally well-developed sea and mountain tourism, a trend which will help build the sustainability of the sector, would be Bulgaria to become a destination for 4 seasons. Tourism is seen as a sector in which social solidarity dimension is very prominent. Figures are speak for themselves. Before mentioning the tools which give incentives, I would like to underline the fact that tourism has some peculiarities, which in 2021 outline the clear possibility for this social solidarity aspect. In 2021, 11,000 persons with primary education or secondary education represent this segment which finds difficulties in getting a job. And another peculiarity is that this sector is a sector which employs young people between 19 and 24, and we have 10,000 persons who are employed in the sector in 2021. This is the second year of COVID, with a small trend towards improving the tourist sector at that time, of course, far from the levels of 2019. This is the year, 2021 is the year in which this sector starts to the transition period to 21 and 22, the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Another important element is that unlike other sectors, the balance between men and women is positive. And of 124,000 people employed in the sector, 66% are women. They are in the at the base of the pyramid. So more is needed for participation of women in managerial structures. What you mentioned is right. We have information about a number of enterprises working in tourism. What are they? Accessible tourism for people with disabilities. There was a problem for people with disabilities for the accessibility in the past. Second, development of culinary tourism, restaurants and food establishments. We administer, even to this moment, programs related to innovations and competitiveness, good management, regional development, and transborder cooperation. Besides, a number of important elements are to be found in the plan for restoration and sustainability for small and medium enterprises and digitalization. What is important as a trend at the level of World Tourist Organization, European Tourist Organization, is the development of the sector as a digitalized, sustainable, innovative, and green industry. So all this is implemented in our hotels and restaurants. The elements and features of circular economy allow tourism to generate further contribution to the gross domestic product. Based on different methodologies, it is 8 to 11% of the GDP, which is small. But we need to improve our competitiveness as a product, and at the same time, the product should stimulate local production, involvement of locals, workforce, which will solve another problem, the difference in regional development in the various regions of Bulgaria. These are all excellent opportunities. For us, it is important that the environment is predictable, to have peace. Bulgaria is a hospitable and secure destination, and of course we hope to attract a larger tourist flow from countries who traditionally have a positive attitude to Bulgaria in order to compensate the zero levels of Russian and Ukrainian tourists, which is normal for this moment. Tourism is a very sensitive industry. Everything that happens in the environment, all the political, social dimensions affected, and what is important is that there is excellent communication between the Ministry of Tourism and the companies in this area. We are beneficiaries for for the use of local resources. Thank you for the opportunity to express my opinion.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been so easy with these participants. As you can see, Mrs. Modeva placed the emphasis on the added value for social economy and the opportunity for social economy to contribute to the development of tourism. This gives me a good road to Mrs. Julieta Varlakova to make the transition to her statement. Why? Because we said that actually we are planning on an act that will increase the number and the scope of valuable communities. Apart from traditional vulnerable communities such as people with disabilities, this act will encompass refugees, also inmates who've been set free and are about to step into the labor market, lonely parents, and so on. So let's see how the implemented added value will contribute to social economy. So, Mrs. Varlakova, representatives of the vulnerable communities, how do they integrate into the social and solidarity economy? Thank you, dear Minister, dear Mr. Schmidt, ladies and gentlemen. The topic of the workforce and jobs, you won't be surprised, is quite delicate, and as my colleague has just pointed out, we have vacancies everywhere, and the different groups in the labor market have various attitudes and behaviors. Sometimes various groups and communities need the support of the state, and this is an important role of the state. Actually, when we compare things with what the situation was in 2018, now, the members of these vulnerable groups have increased by 200,000. On the other hand, we have to be grateful to all entrepreneurs and employers who've given the opportunities to people with vulnerabilities who've been employed as representatives of a risk group. The Employment Agency is about to launch a new program to activate the inactive workforce. This will be a key transition point for representatives of the risk groups who are not active with regard to increasing their qualification or entering the labor market and becoming part of the people who are satisfied with their work. This is not a new topic. The Employment Agency has worked a lot, organized many events giving opportunities to unemployed people to find employment, including this year the agency organized such an event for the refugees. As far as I know, for example, in Spain, the official data says that no more than 250 people, refugees, have started work. In Bulgaria, we have more than 6,000 Ukrainian refugees employed without using subsidies or support from the state, which means that they will contribute to the development of our society as well as to their own independence. The regional programs are about to be launched, under which various groups in various vulnerable groups will be given the opportunities to start work. We have 9,000 jobs dedicated for such people for the purpose of providing greater sustainability. So it's the state, the business, and the local communities together, and they should work together in order to motivate the people, show and demonstrate tolerance, because nobody's perfect and nobody's perfect for the job, but I'm sure we will have great results. I hope that it was enough from me. Thank you, Mrs. Varlakova. Thank you for the great description of the various challenges. You should know that these are problems that had to be resolved very quickly without previous planning, and actually the indicators were very useful when we had this new unexpected group of refugees. Now I'll present the video statement by Mr. Ivailo Kalfin, the director of the Dublin Foundation. Dear colleagues, you're on.
Уважаеми организатори и гости на Десетия Европейски форум.
10th European Forum for the subjects of social solidarity economy. Dear colleagues, allow me to congratulate you with the will to organize and hold this event in Plovdiv. The way to look for solutions to problems of people with disabilities is in developing social solidarity economy. Currently, I work as an executive director of the European Foundation for Improving the Living Conditions and Labor Conditions. And in our research, very often we look for different opportunities and effects and policies directed at people with disabilities. My work is in the area of labor market, labor conditions, social dialogue, balance between private and office life, work life. And here we see the problems of people with disabilities and how they can be affected. It will not be a surprise for you that in the period after COVID and after the lockdowns in Europe, we see the effects, the negative effects of on people with disabilities to a much greater extent than on other citizens. Let me just mention that the stress level of people with disabilities reaches 71% compared to less than 50% among the other population. Or the difficulties of people with disabilities to make ends meet, to pay their monthly bills before this wave is much higher in people with disabilities. 87% of people with disabilities can't make ends meet compared to 39% of other. A large part of the people with disabilities during the pandemic worked from home, not only in the sectors with lockdowns, but in all other sectors. Working from home remotely does save time for travel, some inconveniences, and increases the level of stress, work outside the normal working hours, problems with the psychological state of people working remotely, and this also affects people with disabilities much stronger. The research throughout Europe shows that the best solution, the best policies towards people with disabilities is connected with giving them access to useful, meaningful labor activity. We're not talking about the labor market or having them on the labor market in order to make a living. The idea is that they should leave their homes, feel that they are useful, produce goods, and all the exhibitors in the fair in Plovdiv show the possibilities the people with disabilities to produce. The picture in the European countries is different. Difference in employability of people with and without disabilities varies only with 15% in Greece up to 15% Finland. Bulgaria has high levels, although there is a tiny trend for decrease, which means that people with disabilities practically have fewer opportunities on the labor market than other citizens. Social support cannot be a substitute for labor. Also, what we see in European studies is that the measures that the government undertakes to support social enterprises for people with disabilities are various. We collected 150 measures offered by various countries for support the social enterprises. They vary from providing extra support for employers to support for initiatives, independent work as self-employed people with disabilities, or supporting social enterprises and social procurement, public procurement. So these are the various measures in other countries. We can use their experience, and I can assist in providing the experience of other countries. Most of you are involved in this, have direct access. We can make 4 conclusions in the research regarding policies for social enterprises. First, they need to create conditions for people with disabilities to be actively involved. They should be enterprises by them, not only for them. Secondly, they need to be adapted to their workplace in order to be useful. Where the workplace is adapted, 70% of the people with disabilities say that they feel support from their employers. Where there is no adaptation to the workplace, this percentage is lower. So accessible workplace allows people with disabilities to work a job that is feasible for their condition. Thirdly, this activity must be visible for society. The social enterprise is not just any other company on the market. This is a company with a mission, and the mission is directed not only to the employees employed people with disabilities, but also a mission for society, a society which thinks about the people with disabilities. This is part of the culture and the value system of a society. And I believe that in Bulgaria there are many people who support this. Fourth, the various measures for supporting and encouraging social employment of people with disabilities have to be connected. All the measures like access to public procurement or subsidies for enterprises are good in themselves, but it is important to have a holistic approach, and the man should be in the center of these policies. Through the labor, the place where one works, the transportation to that place. So congratulations once again for this very noble task that you have undertaken. I want to say that I'm available, and the European Foundation will provide all positive and negative experiences, whatever research is necessary about measures that will bring about a good policy for encouraging social enterprises in Bulgaria. Thank you.
I'm sorry that Mr. Kaufman is not here with us today to hear your applause. He used to be Minister for Labor, and he's very well aware of the topic and its various aspects. Indeed, none of us would agree that social assistance and social support can replace the full-fledged participation in the labor market and in society. We have a surprise at the end. We have a second video address by Mr. Sergei Stanishev, the chair of the European Socialist Party. Dear friends, allow me on behalf of the Party of European Socialists to congratulate you for the 10th anniversary of this traditional forum, this discussion forum. Special thanks to the organizers of this forum, the National Union of Cooperatives, which has upheld the Bulgarian cooperative idea for 130 years already in Bulgaria, which is an achievement in itself. I hope you have a very interesting, resultative and meaningful discussion on these hot social topics, both in Bulgaria and in the European Union. We can now sense that we live in difficult times. We can see it on a daily basis, either the problems with energy prices, or inflation, or employment, or the way the economies revitalize after the pandemics. These are all great challenges that need to be addressed and resolved simultaneously, at the same time keeping the balance and protecting the people. Because these difficult times bring real price and societal shocks, waves. Meaningful social policy is key here. Let's remember the previous economic crisis. Back then, the right-wing parties in Europe decided on very strict austerity policies, which had a profound negative effect on Europe and broke the social fabric of many communities and societies. Today, the picture at the European level is completely different, which, to a great extent, is due to the efforts made by the European socialist family. Today, the social policy is in the focus of attention of both the European Commission and the European Parliament. This was one of the conditions we, the socialists, gave Mrs. von der Leyen when she became the commissioner. Let me remind you, back in 2017, the Prime Ministers launched the Gothenburg Forum, where the European social pillar was adopted. In 2021, the new social summit took place in Porto under the Portuguese presidency. At this high forum, it was said that not only a plan is necessary, but various action for its implementation. Today, as socialists, we are very proud to say that we have now this plan for recovery after the pandemics. It was difficult at the beginning, but we managed to protect many social measures. Here I'd like to thank Commissioner Schmidt for his sternness in upholding the notion of providing resources for the people who became unemployed as a result of this serious crisis. Now, however, we are entering a new crisis related to the energy prices, to inflation, and to the consequences from the war, which will require a very good cooperation between the institutions, both at the domestic level in Bulgaria, between the government, the trade unions, the employers, and the society. We in Bulgaria will need a national plan that will allow us to get out of this crisis with a good plan and show our citizens that nobody will be left behind. I believe that your forum will be very dynamic, very interesting. I wish you success to you all, and I believe that it's in a discussion that meaningful and comprehensive policies evolve that strike the right balance between the social level and the economic level. Actually, at the foundation of each economy is the human factor, and the best investment is the investment in humans. Thank you.
I cannot but agree with Mr. Stanishev that in the previous crisis it turned out that all areas are transitory except for social and solidarity economy. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it was a great honor for me to moderate this high-level panel. I thank all participants, and I hope you can be part of all the panels of the conference. I will propose two versions. We are ready to take 2 questions, and other questions could be written down. Do you wish to ask a question? I want to ask a question to the ministers. Introduce yourself. Maria Pernska from Plovdiv. Why is money provided for measure 60/30 to employers? Regarding pensions for handicapped persons, which the people who are assistants to handicapped persons are not provided, support is not provided to those who are really in need. producers cannot sell their products in Bulgaria, and products are imported from France, for example. On the other hand, there is no support for handicapped persons. So I will ask you to be specific. I would like to help you in this situation. This is a broad range of questions. The lady has a large number of questions. I will ask the colleagues outside to give their answers. We cannot give you answers to those questions now. I've come here in order to get an answer to this question. Any question that arrives by email in the ministry will be answered. Believe me. Mr. Nachev, may I take the floor? Mr. Nachev, excuse me. Would you like us to give the floor to people who are involved in social economy and come to me in person, and I will explain to you in this. So let's leave the rest to talk on, focus on the topic that is currently being discussed.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I reconfirm the commitment of the Ministry of Labor to answer, and by the Ministry of Agriculture to reply to all your questions in writing if you write them down outside. Thank you all for being here today and for uniting in our discussion today. Thank you all. And we thank Mr. Kaufman and Mr. Stanishev for their video addresses. Thank you.
Мисля, че ще тръгна тук, както ще
Dear participants, in the 10th anniversary forum of the subjects of social and solidarity economy, dear participants in the discussion, welcome to our discussion on digital transformation and the European dimension thereof and the contribution of civil society into it. Before the forum, the discussion starts per se, I have the pleasure first to forward to you several addresses. I'll read them, most of them. The last is a video address. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to read through them. The first one is by Maria Gabriel, the Commissioner for Innovation, Culture and Sport. The second is by Nikola Minchev, the President of the Bulgarian Parliament, Ms. Jumaleva, the Chair of the Anti-Discrimination Committee, the Chair of the Social Democrats at European Parliament, Mrs. Dimitrova, Mr. Penchev, from the University on Information Technology, and finally by the President of SECOP, who will address you in a video statement. You can see it on your screens.
I am really sorry because I can't be with you today since I am in Seville at the meeting of the International Alliance. The International Social Economy 5 club is unable as assumed the great importance of European governance as evidenced by the presence of the European Commission and many other leaders of the institutions and organizations such as economy. The name chosen for this event, fair, adequate, and transformative social economies, is strictly connected to the vision of governance and social enterprises and challenges us to be observed to pursue a just transition that will be no one, and above all, that take us toward a more social Europe. In this short message, my highlight is to talk about the major change in the social sector in Europe, for which all roles of social innovation and transformative enterprises has been best developed. In the title, there are six big challenges to focus on. One, managing the health and economic consequences of the pandemic. Two, reducing inequality and social divide that has been rising for at least 30 years and that is being further accelerated by the pandemic. Five, poverty. Four, preparing people to the future of work and taking care of the working poor. Five, providing sustainable as well the growing need for care and access of European citizens. Six, governing migratory pressure and refugee crisis. These challenges were already on our agenda as cooperatives and social economic organizations, and of course also in the European agenda. But now these challenges have become more serious due to the war in Ukraine. To face these challenges, we must prepare ourselves as social economic entity and as cooperative first of all, and we must be ready to promote a more social Europe. increasing our capacity for innovation and involvement of the population, empowerment of all the social economy actors of the community, improve of integration and mobilization of public and private economic resources and human capital. Finally, to achieve a more social Europe, we need more skill, more innovation, and more involvement on social economy. This is our commitment, and this is a terrain on which our skills as SECOP can contribute, making the many European social economy organization more efficient to improve the European way of life. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a very good conference. Благодаря.
Before we start the discussion, there is another short and pleasant event. It's the ceremony for the award of the traditional award for merit for the development of the European social entrepreneurship on the name of Stilian Balasopov, the long-standing president of the National Union of Corporations. Now Mr. Stanchev will give the awards, and I will read the names of the people. Mrs. Zornica Rusinova, the president of the Economic and Social Council in Bulgaria. It is a pleasure. You are a long-standing champion of social entrepreneurship, so it's an honor for me. For me, it's an honor to have this award to the name of Mr. Balasopov. He, together with all of you as representatives of various associations, companies and champions of this cause, you turned this good cause into a real exchange of good practices. A minute ago I shared on Instagram that social entrepreneurship is a manifestation of the good in our world. So now it's Mr. Dobry Mitrev's turn, the chair of the Bulgarian Chamber of Economy. He's not here. We will give it to him later. Our partners from the Ministry of Labor and the Living Standard, Demographic Policies and Social Standards Directorate, Mr. Peter Nachev. Congratulations, Mr. Nachev. Thanks to the Ministry of Labor and Social Policies, the National Union was able to have this forum for 10 years already. I'm very grateful to the Ministry and to this Directorate, to Mr. Nachev. Thank you so much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's typical for me to have a short discussion with the participants and to argue with them. Yes, I will receive this award, but actually it is very much deserved by the whole team and its head, Mrs. Teodora Todorova. She was the one to launch the specialized policies by signing the national concept in 2012. So thank you very much for this award, and thank you all for those 10 years of cooperation with the Ministry of Labor.
I invite Elka Todorova. She's chair of the National Federation of Employers of Handicapped Persons. Congratulations. We wish you success. Thank you. It's an honor and privilege to receive this award. Indeed, as Mr. Stanchev said, it's been many years since we've worked on national exhibitions, 5 organizations of handicapped people. All these years we have been supported by the Ministry of Labor and Social Policies, the Agency of Handicapped Persons, and 10 years ago this initiative turned into a European Forum for Social Entrepreneurship. Contribution to this are all the enterprises who take part, so that every year we meet, exchange experience, and promote the cause of social entrepreneurship and social economy. Thank you, dear colleagues. Now, please, I invite Marinela Angelova, Chairman of the National Union of Handicapped Persons. I wish you successful work in the future. Dear colleagues, I would like to thank for this honor. With the National Association TPK, we have worked side by side, cooperating, and I wish in the future we keep on the good work and have success in this. The next award goes to Veska Subeva, Chair of the Association of Parents of Children with Epilepsy. We are happy to award you, and we appreciate our cooperation. Thank you for this award. Today, I will bring joy to those golden hands who participate in this 10th European Forum of Social Solidarity Economy. We exhibit goods created by the children who benefit from the social services, and I hope more people understand that solidarity economy benefits all. Thank you. And the traditional award of Stilian Balasopoulos goes to Kostadin Strahilov, Deputy Chairman of the National Association of Labor Cooperatives. However, he cannot attend. Dear colleagues, Mr. Strahilov is not able to attend for health reasons. He is happy to receive the award. We will present it to him. All of you who know him know that he is an advocate for this event, for the annual organization of this event. Thank you, dear Mr. Stanchev, ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists. It's my great pleasure to be part of this panel, to be part of the forum in which all who support the cause of social entrepreneurship, the employment of disabled people, can share their practices, ideas, achievements, and exchange ideas about the future of social economy and social entrepreneurship in Bulgaria. Apart from being very pleased to be here, I am particularly pleased that I was able to see a lot of enterprises who survived after 3 difficult years of COVID and keep on working. This shows how determined the people are, and they deserve admiration for being able to preserve the difficult activities of a social enterprise, because it is no secret that social enterprises received very limited or no support from the state whatsoever. There were no new programs. Nevertheless, they survived, they continued to work, and they have created those beautiful products that we were able to see, and thus helping people with disabilities. Bulgaria is in a very difficult situation, not only because of the heavy economic crisis, because of COVID, the social crisis, because of inflation, and because of the political turbulence in the last couple of weeks. But we have to raise this question to meet the challenge of catalyzing the process through digital transformation after COVID. The Economic and Social Committee has 3 priorities. You know that we are the only body that has the right to represent the consensus opinion of civil organizations. And our job in these 4 years of our mandate is to make Bulgaria more digital, more social, and greener. So this panel provides an opportunity for an interesting debate, and we hope that what we have worked on in the last year will continue in terms of digitalization, the contract for social rights, labor migration, the Euro topic, implementation of Euro, the topic of improving social legislation regarding social laws and support. All these topics will reflect on the lives of people. So it is of particular importance for me to be able to hear opportunities and good practices as well as prospects. For me, this is the practical panel after the political one. And I hope we all have the inspiration which we received after seeing the products today. There are a number of panelists. Not all of them are sitting in front of you. But we will discuss digital transformation, social innovations, how they are projected onto national prospects, the civil society prospects, and the big challenges that we face in the future. Each one of the panelists has a presentation or a speech, and I would like them to focus on what would the catalysts of social and solidarity economy be in terms of digital transformation, because it is no secret that social enterprises are those who suffer greatest obstacles in terms of organization of production, lack of support, and finding training and education for their employees. What the recommendations of each panelist would be for the and what recommendations should be made to the Ministry and the European Commission, so that in the next forum we register some progress. First, I will give the floor to Diana Kovacheva, National Ombudsman, Professor, PhD, legal education, a person who has always been involved in the social cause and who through her job hears the problems of social entrepreneurship.
Hello, thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the opportunity to take part in today's forum. Congratulations to the organizers, because for 10 years now you have been giving opportunities to people to present their achievements and good practices. Success is visible, but in moments such as this, when society is strained for objective reasons, we should also discuss the difficulties in our field. We heard about the good things, and I'm so happy that we saw the support of the European Commissioner on Jobs and Social Rights, because solidarity is a European value, but you need people to have social and entrepreneurship, and people need to feel comfortable in order to achieve this. As an ombudsman, I'm really close to people, and the people who faced most challenges in recent years are the people with disabilities and children with disabilities. And unfortunately, one of the biggest events I organized before the pandemic, I say unfortunately because it was a long time ago, was an event involving young people with disabilities, with mental difficulties. They came to the institution of the Ombudsman to demonstrate their skills, to show us that they want to work, to practice. But it's difficult for them to find a forum where they could demonstrate their abilities. It was a half-a-day's event, and this half-a-day showed me that those people with mental difficulties can cook, can dance, can be really useful. I made a list of their recommendations and forwarded it to the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs. I reminded the Ministry today of my list of recommendations and promised them that I would resend it once again. People with disabilities face various challenges, one of them being the challenges with their employers. On the one hand, there are quotas for people with disabilities, but on the other hand, there are also vacancies within these quotas. What does this mean? That employers prefer to pay the fine instead of employing a person with disability, which means that it's really, the procedure is difficult. Let's make this procedure simplified, because there are people who want to work, and there are many such people. People with disabilities, but let's not forget the people with mental disabilities. They are usually left behind. And actually, after the pandemics, people with disabilities were the ones to suffer most. They were really excluded from the digitalized process. The children with intellectual disabilities were isolated because the education system was not able to answer their needs. It has difficulties even without even when it's not times of crisis. So we need to reform our education so that it may encompass both children with mental disabilities and children with disabilities, and make them feel useful and work. Support for people with disabilities everywhere in the world is a sign of social development. Bulgaria should strive to support its people with disabilities, because the attitude towards them gives us a very good picture of the level of development of each and every state. For me, it's very important to popularize the opportunities for people with disabilities to educate themselves and to work. I very often get signals in this area. I, as the Ombudsman, stand behind people with disability. It's my job to make them heard. I have as a very strong objective to keep insisting on having those recommendations I will resent implemented. I know that this forum is very valuable because all of us in this room are eager to carry out this transformation towards fairness and towards an adequate social economy. I believe that this 10th forum has its important role, because it will not only show us where we are, but where we want to be. Let's have a meaningful discussion. Thank you for the invitation, and for the ones who are really interested, I could say more about the recommendations of those people with disabilities. One of the systems that needs to be reformed urgently is the system for occupational disabilities and disabilities due to illness. Solutions are available, but we need to discuss the problems more often, broadly, and a lot, because I believe that here in this room are not only the people who can point to the problems, but the ones who can find the solution. Congratulations for this initiative. It's great, and I hope that we have the strength and the opportunity, together with the people who suffered from the crisis most, to overcome this crisis and transform into a better social economy. Thank you, Mrs. Kovacheva. The National Union of Labor Cooperatives is a member of the Economic and Social Council, and there was a proposal by Mr. Stanchev, and we are planning a discussion for this year related to social entrepreneurship and other similar topics. We'll touch upon all these issues again. You touched upon a very important topic, the participation of people with disabilities on the labor market and the skills of those people. Actually, part of the problems of the employers and also of the people with disability is the absence of adequate education or lack of skills. For me, it's a great pleasure to give the floor now to Mrs. Valakova, who is the Deputy Minister for Labor and Social Policies, and she coordinates the activities of the ministry, protection against unemployment and so on. She has a lot of practical experience. She used to work for the employment agency, and she will, I hope, be able to answer many of your questions on employment. Over to you.
First, I would like to congratulate all who received awards. I would like to thank the organizers for this initiative. This is something. I'm happy that you cooperate, you become visible, that we're all together on the labor market. I saw some famous people whose names I had only heard before. I'm sure that there are other people who deserve these awards, but they should work harder to receive an award next year. I thank everyone for all the efforts that you make round the year, because working in this special environment with people in difficult situations is an investment in kindness and providing an alternative to their exclusion and isolation is a very noble task. So all legislation that we are going to talk about would make no sense if you don't have the heart and the will to do it. There was a panel with politicians, but now we need to see the opinion of the academy. What are the highlights of the national policy? First, it was very nice to see that there is a very good team. No matter who is undertaking the political role, the directorate has the tradition and has something which we must be proud of in Europe. All the time there are emails exchanged addressed to people who have proven that they can do their work well. What are the highlights? First, thanks to us, there is a law, the Act, the legal framework for support of the subjects of social and solidarity economy. There is a law of enterprises of social and solidarity economy, passed in 2017. It identifies the subjects, the measures for encouraging, and a register of social enterprises. This register doesn't include all enterprises, but we may promote it because there is a website which is very beautiful, aesthetic. The students of the National Academy of Art have created it, And I hope we all recognize it. This is a product created in a social enterprise as a logo which will identify this. So I'm convinced that everyone has contributed for its promotion. So much about the register. I would be happy. The second is the certificate for evaluation of social added value. What does it sound like? My colleagues without NESI have created a methodology for measuring the added value, social added value. I'm not going to delve into this deeper. You know that we are in Europe, we complement each other, and the recommendation of OECD, which is adopted as of June 1st, 2022. This is a recommendation which is brand new, and it gives directions on which we are already working. I'll read them out. The culture of consumption, investment of social solidarity economy, create opportunities for regulatory acts. We have a law or an act already, and some other norms. Increase capacity building. I heard that there are many higher education institutions who are taking part in this forum, because without the academia, we will miss something. There are new practices to be set up, and the activity of the academia is important. Ensuring access to funding. The amount is enormous, and after me there's going to be a discussion of the European funds. I believe that it's an opportunity and also responsibility of distributing the funds correctly. These are the expectations of society. I hope that 2027 we are proud to have adopted the funds in the best possible way. So social economy needs to be digital, green, and inclusive. Access to public-private markets. Whatever we produce, we need markets. So the colleagues with their concept are useful. There are companies who manage by themselves, but we're talking about social solidarity. So for some, what is going to be done is something that they have already met, and we expect their support. measuring statistic data, collecting and measuring. So I thank you for providing support in that. Social innovations. Yes, we all have to think creatively. I will be very happy if academia, together with the practical side, we ensure funding, building on what has already been done. And apart from these recommendations, we have our own plan. Since 2011, every 5 years, the concept needs to requires a plan, adhere to European values. The sources of funding are plan for action for social economy, the state budget, the program for development of human resources. What lies ahead? We are going to be guests and hosts. Since December 4, 2021, we are members, or we acceded to a declaration in Luxembourg. This is a roadmap to more comprehensive systems. Actually, this roadmap is applied through a committee. It provides a platform for communication, directions, and the efforts that we have made have been appreciated. We receive acknowledgement by being hosts of this committee of the Luxembourg Declaration. With this piece of news, I wish all participants to receive great satisfaction from such fora, because it is nice to think that there are like-minded people and Europe is moving in the right direction where the sources of funding are. So let's hope we reach them.
Thank you, Mrs. Varlakova, for giving us the framework of the activities in terms of new legislation and socio-economy activities. Now, the representative of the managing authority of the European Social Fund Plus, as it is called now. This is one of the main instruments under which social enterprises are financed. Various windows have opened through the years in terms of grants, loans. We will hear from a representative of SysCredits in a few minutes, one of the organizations responsible for the application of the financial instruments. I think it will be very interesting for our audience to hear about the new perspective, what financing they will be able to apply for, and to hear more about the relationship between those opportunities and digitalization. As a representative of the managing authority, you will give us important information, but you will also hear the feedback from our participants here. Thank you, Mrs. Rusinova. Dear colleagues, dear organizers of this forum, for me it's an enormous honor and pleasure to be here as a guest and as a panelist among so many panelists. Many of them are politicians. I'm a representative of the administration, and I hope I won't be too boring. I think what I'm going to tell you will be interesting for you all. Social economy has been a priority for the ministry for years already, and it will be a priority during the following programming period. Support for social economy means an analysis of the ecosystem as well. So we step on data from the National Institute of Statistics, which is best informed about the subjects of social and solidarity economy. More than 12,000 subjects. Of them, about 10,300 are NGOs, 1,300 cooperatives, and very few social enterprises in the register of social enterprises. The numbers are really impressive, but they are also challenging when it comes to finding the most adequate measures and the most adequate way to communicate with them. My colleagues prepared some numbers. They may sound a bit negative, but I'll try to present them as something positive. Yes, social enterprises are not visible enough. We need to increase their visibility, their competitiveness, and their production rate. As the current programming period has not been finalized yet, I'll say that we have 64 million invested in social enterprises. Unfortunately, but we have only 250 contracts, but more than 3,000 people employed. And fortunately, more than 2,000 of them remained employed after the end of the program. I hope that we'll be able to work with a similar rate in the next programming period. Actually, our OP is the first one approved by the Council of Ministers a week ago, and the first one to be forwarded to the European Commission for official endorsement. And I'm using this forum to tell you that on Wednesday we will approve the criteria for social enterprises, and the budget of the first operation is 20 million levs. They will be dedicated for increasing the qualifications and skills of representatives of vulnerable groups through social enterprises. Actually, at the Ministry of Labor, we view people with disabilities through the prism of the difficult situation of the economy. But on the other hand, bearing in mind that we have a lower number of people leaving the labor market than the ones stepping into it, we hope that by 2050 the number of unemployed people from the groups with disabilities will decrease by 60%. This group of people has a high potential. We need to further develop it and also provide long-term employment to them by adapting jobs and workplaces, by providing them training in order to increase their skills and qualify them better. You are talking about digitalization. Thanks to the directorate headed by Mr. Nachev, the directorate that received this award, we have a project approved under the National Plan for Recovery and Sustainability for 1 106 million. This project aims at digitalizing social enterprises. It aims at assisting such enterprises into developing their own online platforms, digital skills, at increasing their competitiveness and their sales. You heard about the 6 focal points. There will be exhibition areas for each region where permanent exhibitions will be possible. The local enterprises will be able to exhibit their produce and production, and I'm convinced that together with the other measures envisaged, we will have enough resources. The total resource amount to 46 million levs. I told you that 20 out of them will be open even during this programming period. We also have the Alma program. It will allow people with disabilities from Bulgaria to go abroad and work or have an internship in an enterprise abroad. Also, transfer of knowledge. Last year, the European Commission approved 2 projects. The National Competence Centers project for the local economy. We are planning to build a European network for the exchange of good practices all over Europe and have Bulgaria as part of this. We have a special priority in the Human Resource Development Program. Another 20 million. I'm sorry I'm shooting all those numbers at you, but I wanted to demonstrate that if the ecosystem, if the social enterprises have the initiatives, they could benefit from this. So under human resources we have financing, and if you have a good idea you could apply and try this new model you want to advertise. If it is successful at a later stage, the ministry can turn this method into a social measure or policy. For me, this challenge to give you 3 recommendations. There is this wonderful idea of products of social enterprises. This is a wonderful idea, but it needs a lot of support from all parts and participants in society. Yes, let's make social enterprises a product and give it a face, but we need all to cooperate in order to achieve this. My second recommendation has to do with the link between social economy, higher education and secondary education. I can see that we have representatives from universities, but who we are missing? We are missing a representative of the Ministry of Education. The social enterprises need to insist on the support of the ministry. Social economy needs to be part of the curricula of both professional schools and universities. We have an operational program on vocational training, and we should have involved the Ministry of Education as well in today's forum. Probably if we'd done this, the total sum dedicated to investments in social economy would have doubled. Unfortunately, the system of education does not recognize social and solidarity economy as a focal point, and I would urge that during the next forum you invite a representative of the Ministry of Education. My third recommendation would be to put some effort into popularizing corporate social responsibility. Let's go business and make them more responsible. Thank you very much. Thank you to all panelists for the valuable contributions. In terms of skills and education and the connection with digital transformation, technological transformation requires financing, and we need to touch upon this topic as well. Now I'll give the floor to Ms. Dana Verbal, who is the representative of the Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion DG. She used to work in Romania in the Economic and Social Councils there. She will give us more information about the opportunity to develop social entrepreneurship further.
So, yeah. Извинявайте, тя е онлайн. Извинявам се много.
She's online.
Заповядайте, може би има някакъв технически.
Please, you may go ahead, but we can't hear actually. There's a technical problem, it seems. I hope the technicians are able to solve the problem with the sound. I suggest the organizers get in touch with Francesca Dell'Orco. In the meantime, we will start with the next presentation related to the policies for financial sustainability and growth. It's my pleasure. Do we have sound now? No. Daniela Peva, representative of the steering committee of the Association of Directors for connection with investors in Bulgaria and the National Committee for Corporative Management. Maybe you can give us a different perspective for innovation. Hello, thank you for staying till the end of the forum today. My name is Daniela Peva, and for more than 15 years I have been supporting conventional business to find its investors, and after finding them, to give them the necessary attention, have transparency, accountability and transparency. And although I come from the financial world, social entrepreneurship and cooperative social responsibility are not foreign to me, because the last 10 years with the Ministry of Social Policy, I've been working as part of the Cooperative Council under the Minister of Social Affairs and Policy, working in this body and undertaking activities related to capital markets in the last 3 years, taking part in working groups with the European Commission and developing the single capital market. I was impressed by the fact that the European capital market, or the idea of a single capital market has an element of social investment as a factor for attracting and keeping investment, European investment in our continent, not having them flow out into the United States. So I have a special attitude to social entrepreneurship. The person who is taking the video is my husband, who has a social enterprise. Together with him for more than 15 years, we have been in charge of a social enterprise. Last year, when we received funding from the Social Protection Fund for carrying out seminars on the road to promote social economy and social entrepreneurship, we identified a number of problems. I'll start with the problems. The problems are the following. There is no ecosystem for social investment in Bulgaria. On the other hand, the next problem is the lack of capacity of social enterprises. I mean administrative or managerial capacity, but also financial capacity to present in an attractive way the project or idea they wish to pursue, and to complete it and to implement it so as to be a sustainable model. Using my experience from conventional business in attracting investors, I thought I could be useful to the sector. And in this connection, I wish today to present a couple of innovative methods for funding social enterprises. Believe me that these methods are already implemented in Europe, and they attract much more funding than what my colleague said, the 20 million or other forms of funding of social enterprises. This is the life of a social enterprise, or enterprises that have business with a social effect. There is a plan, but the budget doesn't allow this plan to be carried out. We want a yacht, but we have an iron instead. So when we have this dilemma, we either have to change the idea or change the way we implement it. I suggest the change in the implementation, because social enterprises have those ideas which serve people from vulnerable groups and lead to social effect. We all heard of conventional ways of funding social enterprises: support, donors, European help, bank loans. I'm not going to talk about them because social enterprises have not benefited from banks. There are social products that seem to have been developed especially for social enterprises, but considerable guarantees are needed for a bank loan of this kind. I hope this will change in the future. Regarding European support or state support, creates some comfort to social enterprises, but this lasts only for a short time and makes them lazy. This is useful only in the planting process, not later when the ideas need to be developed on a larger scale and become sustainable. What today I wish to say is to talk about crowdfunding We have one idea and dozens of investors. These are platforms for collective funding of projects with a social effect. There is a European regulation with a direct action. It is enforced and it sets up the rules for crowdfunding platforms in Europe. There is also the Law Act for public sale of bonds. There was a change proposed in it, and it is about to be passed in Parliament, and the procedures for crowdfunding funding are going to be defined. What is it? It is an alternative method of funding, of startups who rely on small investments, like the social enterprises. This model is applied successfully in Europe and successfully for social enterprises. And it is gaining popularity. Who are the stakeholders in this platform? The creator of the project, the social enterprise, or an enterprise which is carrying out a project with a social effect. This creator is looking for funding. The investors who fund this project are individual or institutional investors or professional investors, and the mediator or a broker who connects the creator and the investors through an online platform. In order to make this picture complete, there is a bank depositor for deposition of the funds. This is controlled by the financial supervision authority. This is a scheme which describes it. The colleagues from the Ministry of Social Policy can send this scheme. There is a platform, there is a creator, there is risk assessment. The decision whether this project is feasible, and it is offered to investors and receives investment. I described the system as it functions. The team of the platform, together with the social enterprise, is responsible for the success. In solidarity regarding risks, returns, both social and financial returns. The team of the platform and the enterprise positions it on the digital platform for a certain time. If the target amount is reached, the investment contract is considered signed. If not, the amount is sent back to the investors through the depositor bank. One possibility is investors to invest as a loan or as bonds, which is bond capital, or shareholder as shareholders, in which they will receive dividends from shares or from the stock exchange. I'm not going to go into detail. It's either a loan or shareholder. In most cases, we're talking about money. In the last 2 years, the fintech tools also gain popularity. And in the Scandinavian countries, they're very popular, and the Mediterranean as well. It's important for social enterprises to understand is that this is not donation, but it is collective crowdfunding through platforms regulated by law. There's very specific conditions, and the investors expect income from their investment. It's either as shareholder or as loan capital, and they expect accountability, transparency, results, and most importantly, what makes this investment social is that it is measurable. At the end of the period, there should be indicators that are measured, and there is a time frame also. What are the advantages of crowdfunding? Many physical legal entities can be investors, promotion of the project and idea by the investors, because investors become clients of social enterprises, automatization of the process, just filling out a form, it is evaluated, the risk is calculated, and he can choose how to invest and take part in an emission. Access to new clients through the platform, because social enterprises popularize their activity through this platform. There's no need for guarantee. We're not talking about a loan. The loans and bonds are high risk for investors, and the investors know that social enterprises cannot provide guarantees, so they're very appropriate for small companies or for companies without assets that they can use as guarantees. We have shared responsibility between the company and the investors. This is the risk corresponds to the returns. In the case of social investment, the investors are well aware that they invest money in a high-risk business. Nevertheless, they're willing to do this if, in the end of the project, the social effect is measured. I will skip this slide. I already said what are the expectations of the investors are. Tomorrow I'll speak in one of the panels about transparency and responsibility. Before moving on to the last tool, which is appropriate for municipal and state social enterprises, the first is appropriate for private structures, the social impact bonds, appropriate for state and municipal enterprises. Why these social investments have a future in Bulgaria? January 21 to June 22, market for growth of small and medium enterprises at the Bulgarian Stock Exchange. I'm a consultant there. There are 8 companies, small and medium enterprises with a social potential. They accumulated 30 million leva from 3 6,800 investors. They accumulated 30 million for a year and a half. In exchange for investments, I'm not able to give you official information. Traditional funding from the state or funds that are not willing to invest in social enterprises. 4 million level have been invested there in a few enterprises by 3-4 funds. 2.5 million level provided as grants to 50 enterprises. So you see the difference. Let me end with the last tool, the social impact bonds, which support innovative projects with measurable social results, with potentially positive impact on public finance. They are just public loans, but carried out in an interesting way. They are popular in the Scandinavian Peninsula and the Mediterranean countries. They're used for projects that correspond to the priorities of society, employment of vulnerable groups, social protection, health, education, digitalization. So it's a social enterprise or a company with a similar interest. There is a social investor who funds the implementation of the project, and there is a public authority, the administration or municipality, which validates the project. These projects are signed in partnership between the three organizations. The public organization or authority restores some expenses if the aims of the social investor have been achieved. In some countries of the EU, there are considerable tax refunds for investors. This is the model that I spoke about. Examples for social impact bonds. A leading country is Portugal. It is almost as big as Bulgaria, but I was very excited by the experience that they had. They demonstrated 22 projects amounting to 14.5 million euro for education, social inclusion, education of migrants. What are the negative sides? Long legal agreements that require capacity, not only on behalf of the social enterprises, but also the public authorities, and require a lot of time. The capital must be long-term or so-called patient capital to have a long time horizon. And in conclusion, what I want to say is it is time for social enterprises to leave their comfort zone, to give up traditional methods of funding, which at one helps them until one point in their development, and in terms of after the end of the program period, many of the participants drop out. I believe that grants, donations make social enterprises lazy. It's time for them to leave their comfort zone and even be comparable to conventional business. That's why I put this picture. Development is not about comfort. So if there are any representatives here of social enterprises, challenges provoke decision-making which require responsibility on behalf of the management. So more responsibility by social enterprises is needed. The decisions need to be adequate, based on reality, considering the capacity of the company. If you don't have the capacity, there are programs and people that can help you to achieve the necessary capacity that will help the future development of your enterprise. Without specific actions and without change of the model of management and changes in thinking, change will be impossible.
Thank you for this really interesting perspective. Hopefully, Mr. Plamenion-Chev, who is the representative and the executive director of SysCredit, will add to it. Thank you very much for the opportunity you gave me to take part in this panel today. Unfortunately, I need to leave now for Sofia. The professor will step in and take my place. Thank you all participants for the interesting discussion. I don't think this microphone is functional, so I need a lapel brooch.
Чували се така?
I hope you can hear me now. It will be a pleasure to step in and take up this challenge. The National Union of the Cooperatives is always ready to help, but I don't think I will be as liberal a moderator as my colleague. Let's keep the time, unlike my colleague did. But you gave me 15 minutes. Then you gave me 7. So let's make our discussion more dynamic. The ones who've already taken the floor, let go of your mics. And I'll read out the names of the next participants so that they can use the microphones. So I invite the following people to the front. These are participants of the local community. Mrs. Pavlina Karadjova, who is Deputy Mayor of Sandansky. Mr. Naidenov, who is the Mayor of Silistro Municipality. Mrs. Trajanova from the European Association for Innovations and Growth. And you're here. You will also present something, right? You are last in my list, so you'll get the floor. I'll give you the floor later. I hope everybody's come already to the stage. Okay, so how about Francesca Dell'Orso? Is she here? Or is she online still? Apologies. I'll give you the floor anyway. So the technical issue has been resolved, and we can hear from Dana verbal, probably. I can see you here.
Hello?
Hello, I hope you are able to hear me now.
Yeah?
Perfect. Can I then start my intervention? I'll try to be short.
Okay. Please.
Okay, great. I had some slides, but I'm afraid to share them. I prefer to speak freely, and I hope you will be able to follow me like this. So I work at the European Commission. I am a team leader in charge of coordinating the implementation of the Social Economy Action Plan. And I know that you have already had distinguished speaker from the European Commission earlier, European Commissioner Nicolas Schmid. He was there for the opening and for a roundtable discussion, and he has already given an overview of the action plan for the social economy. I thought I would tell you a few things that could be more interesting from the angle of member states, because there are a lot of representatives. They were earlier in the panel, so that could be interesting for the topics they were discussing. One important aspect is that the Social Economy Action Plan has announced about 60 different actions that the Commission will take, and it will take its time to implement these actions until 2030. But there are already some actions that are foreseen to be launched this year or next year, some very important key actions. One important area of intervention concerns the development of policy frameworks and legal frameworks for the social economy. And in this field, the action plan is calling on member states to adopt and to update their policy frameworks for the social economy to better take into account the needs of these organizations and to do so in cooperation with the social economy. It is also announcing that the Commission will make a proposal for a Council recommendation in 2023. So this is foreseen for the first semester of 2023. And this recommendation will focus on how to better develop framework conditions for the social economy. And it will invite stakeholders to adapt their conditions to the needs of the social economy. It will provide guidance in some specific policy areas, for example, in the area of employment, of taxation, of social services, of public procurement. A previous speaker has mentioned another recommendation by the OECD that was adopted recently this month. So the Commission recommendation and the OECD recommendation are both in a way contributing to maintaining this high political momentum for the social economy. The International Labour Organization has also recently discussed a social and solidarity economy and decent work at its International Labour Conference. So these are all very important actions by international organizations to keep this focus on the social economy at international level. And what is interesting about the proposal of the Commission for a Council recommendation is that we also plan to accompany this proposal with information about tools and specific support that policy makers can have to implement the recommendation. For example, we aim to launch webinars and trainings for public officials in different areas. For example, in the area of socially responsible public procurement and also in the area of state aid. And I mentioned these two topics of state aid and public procurement because they are also very visible in the action plan for the social economy. They are two areas where the Commission has identified the fact that there are already existing opportunities, but they are not always used, either because public officials don't know very well how to use them or are not aware that these opportunities exist. For example, in the area of state aid, there are rules on services of general economic interest that can be applied also to benefit social economy organizations that have been certified as delivering a service of general interest. In the area of public procurement, as was mentioned also before, the European directives create an opening for public tenderers to openly support social objectives, but what we can see at the moment is that most of these public tenders are still awarded on the basis exclusively of the price criterion. So in these areas, we want to facilitate access to relevant guidance and to continue the efforts to train officials on state aid and on socially responsible public procurement rules. Then I wanted to mention another area of interest which was discussed a bit before, the area of social innovation. The action plan acknowledges the fact that social economy organizations are contributing towards social innovation. They help to create new ways of doing business. They create and change social relations in a way, and this can potentially lead to systemic changes. And actually under the European Fund, European Social Fund Plus, so in the current programming period or the next one because it hasn't properly started yet, the regulation on the European Social Fund encourages very much support towards social innovation. Member states have specific financial incentives to allocate more support towards social innovation because, for example, the co-financing rates are more interesting. And at the same time, there will be support at EU level to enable the scaling up and replication of innovative solutions. For example, a European Competence Center for Social Innovation is being set up under what we call ESF Social Innovation Plus action. This action will be implemented by the Lithuanian European Social Fund Agency, and it will concern the EU level, so across all the EU countries. And the Competence Center will provide, for example, mutual learning and capacity building for managing authorities and for relevant support structures that promote the social economy. And it will also collect practices on social innovation. It will develop and disseminate knowledge on social innovation. And maybe one last point of interest from the action plan. As I said, there are many different actions, but difficult to go through all of them today. Something that could be of interest and was mentioned before is how social economy and the digital and the green transitions link with each other. Here the action plan is again dedicating an entire section to the green and the digital transition and how we can maximize the contribution of the social economy to these transitions. You might know that the European industrial strategy has acknowledged the proximity and social economy as one of its 14 industrial ecosystems. And in this context, the European Commission is working on what we call a transition pathway for the proximity and social economy ecosystem. What this pathway will do is to reflect what the green and the digital transition mean for the social economy, what kind of milestones and actions and investment are needed in the next decade. There was a public consultation this year, and a final document will be adopted in autumn, announcing the new milestones and measures to support this. Indeed, the action plan acknowledges that social economy already contributes to the green transition because it develops sustainable practices and goods and services, especially in fields like the circular economy, organic agriculture, renewable energy, housing, mobility, and at the same time, both in the areas of the digital and the green social economy organizations, they help, for example, by hiring disadvantaged groups and providing them with trainings on digital skills to enable them to enter the labor market. These are all the actions I wanted to highlight. There are many more, also a lot in the area of access to finance. But just as a last message, just wanted to recall that we will work very much on the implementation of the action plan together with stakeholders from the field. We have an expert group on social economy that includes both private and public members, and we consult them regularly on the various actions that we are developing. So I invite you to contribute actively to the implementation of the action plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Listen to the applauses. Bye. Най-накрая имате дума.
Finally, you get the word. you get the floor. Plamen Yonchev. Credit Flying Start. Support for social entrepreneurship, right? Here you go. Good afternoon. At the end of a long day for the participants, before starting with the presentation, I will introduce the regional representative for Plovdiv. If there are people here from business who wish to comment the financial instrument that I'm going to talk about can talk to my colleague. I am the director of Credit, a microfinancing institution. My name is Atanas Stoyanov. I will be very brief, and I would like to present this financial tool, which is unique, one of its kind, for funding social enterprises in Europe, for all new enterprises. The definition is that it funds enterprises with short financial history and enterprises who are recently registered. It's a pilot financial instrument since 2018, and I must say that with public-private partnership with the Fund of Funds and CIS as a microcrediting institution, we were able to reach a large number of starting enterprises. Through this tool, we improve access to funding and for setting up new enterprises and encourage entrepreneurship among vulnerable groups. And vulnerable groups are long-term unemployed, young people up to the age of 29, and children of people with disabilities. The amount is up to 48,000 leva. Funding is provided with very good interest rates, 2.7% annual interest, without any fees or commissions. After the credit is adopted, there are no other commission, no other fees, and the scheme for use of the funds is very flexible. There is a long-term period for returning the loans, and one thing is important according to me: the requirements for guarantees for this credit are very easy, and easy access is granted for social enterprises who don't have a start budget. No need for mortgages or any sort of guarantees. The beneficiaries could be recently registered companies, people who want to start their own business, and apart from registration, there is a broad concept that all social enterprises are eligible if their activity is directed at achieving a social effect. Self-employed people, a large range of people who do have opened their own business, craftsmen, etc. The form could be a micro enterprise for people, for staff up to 10 persons, and annual turnover. Some figures have been published in the contract. There are financial brokers on the market. So far, 112 beneficiaries have received this loan. Of these 112, 6 are social enterprises and 39 are enterprises of people from vulnerable groups. From these 112 projects, 187 new jobs have been opened. This is a good quantity that has been achieved. This financial tool will be open until the end of 2023, and we hope in the new program period this tool will continue in some form. This is something which is being discussed at the Ministry of Labor. I hope this tool continues to work after 2023. The benefits of this tool, most important for social enterprises, is that in some way this tool, I hope we have achieved this, we shifted the burden. Social enterprises so far have been funded mainly by grant schemes. Now what we have achieved is to increase the financial knowledge and culture of social enterprises, and we managed to show that not only grants are a way for funding. The financial tool combines the expertise of microfinancing institutions with the program for human resource development in order to achieve sustainability for employment. So everyone can develop their own business, and this business will be sustainable. So enterprises have the possibility to deal with higher risk, and newly created enterprises can receive the necessary funding with low interest funding, and free consultation is available for the entrepreneurs. It's an easy procedure for applying, short period in which feedback is given. So at the end of the presentation, I've given some examples for projects that have been funded for social enterprises in the area of medicine. Foundation Dr. Boris Dimitrov, also Synergia Foundation, which performs social activities in support of the blind in Bulgaria. and for supporting the deaf in Bulgaria. Apart from that, there are some examples, but I'm not going to mention them. I will end and summarize that this is an excellent financial tool on the market, and it provides prerequisites for funding startup businesses, social enterprises, and all other new entrepreneurs who wish to start their own business. This is a tool which we hope will continue to function after the program period. And we hope it is successful and helps Bulgaria to be one of the pilot countries for funding of social enterprises. Thank you. My colleague is here. Thank you. First, because you presented to the listeners who must be convinced of the benefits of this tool. I hope you find your clients, because there is good reason for that. Everyone who is interested will turn to you. Thank you again.
Now, what's coming are two presentations or two statements by two municipalities that have been actively involved in championing the cause of socially committed economy. Let's start, ladies first. So this is the deputy mayor of the municipality of Sandanski to the south. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Chair, for inviting me. Thank you, because Sandanski has become an integrated part in this forum, which is very important for our country. We don't need to convince people how important socio-economy is for the development of each of us. The good message is that most people realize how important the contribution of vulnerable groups is. Unfortunately, we don't have much time, because I have a lot to tell you about the activities in the Sandanski municipality. What are we doing in the sphere of socio-economy? We have 9 functioning services and 1 cooperative, which we could say is an example of the fact that solidarity and socio-economy in each and every sphere can support its transition through difficult times. This is a panel dedicated to our practical experience. That's why I will tell you about what we did a year ago. Last year, Sandanski joined the municipalities signing a memorandum with the National Union of Cooperatives. This is a memorandum giving each cooperative the opportunity to cooperate with the municipality and to receive support from the municipality. Our municipality committed to not only give work to the cooperatives, but also assist associations such as the one present here, Mr. Boychev's association, which has been an example of solidarity for 27 years now. Solidarity with the people from vulnerable groups. The municipality is the entity that is very well aware that vulnerable groups need support. We are the ones to provide assistance. municipalities need to be aware of their obligations and coordinate their activities with the vulnerable groups. We heard about the challenges, we heard about the objectives for the following programming period. I personally hope that next year we'll have the occasion to say that we've achieved our objectives. The priority objective of Sandanski municipality is to complete those 9 projects I mentioned and to complete our cooperation with this cooperative. We also have a new objective to create a social enterprise within the next few years. Thank you for your attention. Good luck to the forum, and let's realize our objectives. So, Mr. Naidenov, you have the floor now. You are representative of Silistra municipality. Dear Professor, dear Ro, it's a pleasure to be here with you today. I'll try, in short, to present to you the activities undertaken by Silistra in all these areas. We have 2 cooperatives on the territory of the Silistra municipality. In May this year, we renewed our memorandum for cooperation between the municipality of Silistra and the National Union of Cooperatives, and also the special cooperative, metal cooperative in Silistra, and we put a lot of effort in order to improve the social activities and reduce unemployment on our territory, as well as introducing good employment conditions and using all available European programs. The social policy of Silistra municipality is carried out in accordance with the national priorities. We put great stock on the right to decent work and adequate quality of work for all the citizens on our territory. We work actively on our policies, providing special support and inclusion for all communities. For us, it's extremely important to carry out the various policies allowing for decent life for elderly people, people at risk, and for children. And we abide by all norms and rules for inclusion and non-discrimination. These are photos of several projects we've already realized. As a municipality, in realizing our social policies, we provide financial resource under our municipal health fund to medical specialists, students, and other medical jobs. We also assist families with reproductive issues. We also give assistance to people who adopt children. Also, we provide single social assistance for people who are in difficult situation due to various health incidents, educational incidents, and so on. We provide access to the following social services organized as centers. We have elderly people centers for 185 people. We have a home for young people with physical disabilities with a capacity for 130. We have day center for elderly people for 10 people. We provide food for 280 people, but at the moment we have more than 300 clients. We have a rehabilitation center for 25 and we have outsourced to an NGO. We have a social support center for 20, which is also managed by an NGO. We also manage 27 clubs for people with disabilities. We also have centers, accommodation centers for children without parents, 2 of them for 9 and 8 people. We have also a accommodation center for people and children with mental disabilities for 15. We have also a center for accommodation center for adults with mental disabilities. Capacity is for 20 people. We have a crisis center for 10. We have a temporary crisis center. We have adoptive care center under the human resource program. We have patronage and social kitchen project. Under the human resource project, we also have a care project for elderly, and we service 15 elderly people. We have a daycare center for 15 children with mental disabilities. Again, we maintain it under the OP for human resources. We have social support center functioning at present. Silistra municipality has various objectives, long-term objective and short-term objective, and we are striving to be sustainable with regard to all those activities I tried to encompass. These are all active services we provide. Our focus has always been sustainability and upgrading the services we have available. We want to deinstitutionalize the child care up to all contemporary standards for the target group. We want to increase the quality of the services we provide and strengthen the role of the municipality and of private provider. Our long-term objective is to improve the services offered to children and minors, and to make those services more accessible and contribute to their full development. We would like to work more on new services, on better quality of life to our clients. Thank you for your attention. Unfortunately, it's a lot of activities. I wanted to mention them all because they're all active on our territory. Thank you. Dear participants, wouldn't you stay a bit longer? Okay. Dear participants, I need to apologize to Mrs. Francesca Dell'Orso. I'll give her the floor. You saw how I came to be the presenter today. I misunderstood. I thought somebody else needed to take the floor. You will get the information later. I apologize. You have the floor, Francesca.
Can I have the machine to show the slide? Okay, perfect.
Too much psychology. Така. Ще стане. Важното е, че докладчикът... Това е по-добрият вариант, че докладчикът е тук. Техниката може да откаже.
At least the presenter is here, though the equipment may not be fine. Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. May I thank you to invite the National Agency for Microcredit from Italy to share its experience regarding our model, to present and to give microcredit. My intervention will focus on the main features and characteristics of the Italian National Agency from a regulative approach and for what concerns the mission and the vision of the agency. I will firstly recall the rationality behind the structure of the agency that is strictly connected with the concept of ethical finance and social impact finance. Afterwards, I will give you a brief explanation of the NAM activities and the impact, and the instrument through which the NAM pursues and realizes its aims, and the Italian microcredit model. Let me start with briefly remind that sustainability-linked finance and social investment are clearly aligned with the commitment of the Italian National Agency for Microcredit. In terms of target, to achieve a full social and financial inclusion of vulnerable people, and in terms of approach, adopting a concept of social and market economy. Talking about its main objectives, the National Agency aims at promoting social and financial inclusion of those categories defined as non-bankable due to the lack of absence of guarantees requested by the traditional banking systems, and specifically the agency mission is to support micro and small enterprises by providing ethical finance instruments, technical assistance, research, education, training, and dissemination of good practices. The agency strategy is based on 3 intervention areas: the financial pillar, the technical pillar, and the promotional pillar. Briefly named some important activities regarding the financial pillar. The agency aimed at facilitating access to finance through a range of financial solutions and tools. For example, in this pillar, we insert microcredit, but of course we create a series of different instruments such as microleasing, macro insurance, housing microfinance, and pay-by-result instruments such as social impact bonds, from someone named before. We are working also about other kind of financial instruments linked to the blockchain and other fintech solutions. In the technical pillar, the agency carried out a series of actions like the promotion, orientation, and facilitation of microfinance instruments, the monitoring and assessment of microfinance initiatives, and between the others, the management and updating of a mandatory national register of BDS providers, in Italy so-called tutors. Regarding to this point, it is particularly important to stress the attention about the mandatory needs of BDS activities linked to the microcredit instruments. In Italy, it is mandatory by law. The assistance, the technical assistance, and the auxiliary services that accompany the micro enterprises and the new entrepreneurs in the path to develop and to carry out their activities. Finally, in the promotional pillar, we foreseen some activity to the dissemination of microfinance culture, the financial education, and the creation of microfinance operator networks. Regarding the impact of the activities of the agency, this slide wants to give you a framework regarding the transversality of the action of the agency. In fact, our target is include a broad range of target. For example, it should be include young people people that don't have a real, a strong background regarding education or entrepreneurial culture, as well as people that have a strong preparation or education, like start-uppers, young professionals, or people that want to develop innovative entrepreneurial activities. Okay, regarding the toolkit or the instruments that the agency have developed during time, of course microcredit is the main product of microfinance, but it is not the only one. The broader concept of microfinance include other financial products. For example, we develop micro-leasing, micro-insurance, housing microfinance, micro-savings, and other instruments, such as green bond, social lending, and crowdfunding. Especially in this framework, regarding micro-insurance, we talk about product in support to microcredit. It offers many advantages, among which lowering the risk profile of the credit beneficiary, for example, business interruption, and it is very useful in all productive sectors, but especially in the agricultural sectors. Micro-leasing is an alternative tool to microcredit, and it offers the chance to micro-entrepreneurs to invest without the need of using their own capital, and it also offers great financial advantages. The last, micro-housing, is an instrument particularly useful to cover the costs related to housing, for example, the improvement of the habitability and energy efficiency of buildings. This last instrument in Italy is very useful to develop tourist activities. Okay, well, talking about the Italian microcredit model, I just want to give you some information regarding the characteristics, the scheme, and the possible transferability of this model in other countries. The main characteristic of the microcredits is regarding the beneficiaries, micro-entrepreneurs, self-employed workers, and professionals organized in individual enterprises or in partnership. Regarding the expenses eligible for fundings, these are purchase of goods or services, compensation of new employees or working partners, or payment of training courses. It is important to stress that no collateral guarantees is required by law. The maximum amount is 14,000 euro, which can be raised in certain cases to 50,000 euro. Also here, it is important to focus that Italy, following the recommendation of the European Commission, is one of the first countries to have increased the maximum amount of microcredit. That's on average in Europe, it's about 25,000 euros. The duration of the loan is up to 7 years, and it's foreseen that the free access to the guarantee to the Central Fund for SMEs. This is a public fund. This is the principal public guarantee fund operating in Italy in favor of small and medium enterprises. And within this framework, the agency foreseen a special section for microcredit established by the Article 39 of the law of 2011. The guarantees covers up to 80% of the amount financed, and in addition, the fund is assisted by the so-called guarantee of the last resort of the Italian states, thanks to which the financing bank can apply the zero risk weight to the amount of funding covered by the guarantees. As I told you before, one of the most important items of the Italian microcredit schemes is the business development services. It is a fundamental component of the operation and includes technical assistance, tutoring and modeling during the entire period of the loan. BDS are provided to the beneficiary both during the phases of the analysis of the demand for credit as well as during all the repayment phase. Last slide that I want to explain you is the mechanism that presents a kind of a public-private partnership during the carry out of financial operation. Why public and private? The private part is represented by the bank system that provides credit. Meanwhile, the public partners of the state guarantees the credit provision with this public fund. And this is in regard of the financial operation. As well as in the BDS provision, we have a private part represented by tutors, professionals that are experts in providing technical assistance to the beneficiaries. Meanwhile, the agency that represents the public parts monitors and controls BDS providers and the provision of BDS to ensure the compliance with technical and ethical standards. Okay, this is the contact of the National Agency for Microcredit, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Всички ние сме убедени, че
We are all convinced that Italy has long traditions in social economy. And now Francesca gave us reason to understand that there is good reason for this with these excellent opportunities for microfunding. Now, finally, I will give the floor to Tanya Trajanova, who will present the European Association for Innovation and Growth, an innovative cluster. And after that, Oscar Belmonte will continue after her. He will take over. So, Dani, you have the floor. Thank you.
We're waiting for the presentation to be uploaded. Hello. Good evening. I extend my thanks to the Ministry of Labour and Social Policies for giving us the opportunity to present our activities, the activities of our association. I will present to you the innovative cluster that focuses on the so-called silver economy, our Argentum cluster. For me, it's a pleasure to be here and to present our activities because this will be the premiere of our activities. Actually, we've been developing it with our partners from Spain, the Forest of Castillon University, and our partners from Italy. You can see the name of my presentation. I'll talk about silver economy. Some of you might think that this is off topic, but actually we are part of the panel that has to do with local government, and the objective of this cluster are local governments. You'll see why in a minute. I'm sure that you all know know what silver economy means, very often we just get these concepts and terms from Brussels. And very often during the last year, when I'm using this term, people don't understand me. That's why I will cite the definition of the European Commission. It is contained in the strategy adopted by the European Commission in 2018. This is the unity of all economic activities servicing the needs of people over 50 years old, to do with production, consumption and trade, with commodities and services. When we say silver economy, we should mention that it is very important because, as you know, worldwide and as well as in Europe, we are facing serious demographic challenges, namely aging, and aging in good health would help people work until a later age, learn at an elderly age and live in their own homes. As you know, this has been a serious problem in Bulgaria as well. And I should also say a bit about demographic tendencies and trends. According to the European Commission, up until 2070, over 30% of European population will be 65 plus, and more than 13% of the population in 2070 will be over 80. In 2025, silver economy will realize growth by 5%. What does this tell us? Silver economy gives a lot of opportunities. This demographic challenge should be viewed as an opportunity as well, because as you can see, in times of economic crisis, it's a very good idea to use this new economic sector. We have a very ambitious idea. It's actually a very small project. Here you cite millions, so we don't have such financing. We are financed under the Erasmus program. It might seem very strange to you to have this project financed by an educational tool. We are not known, we are not popular among the institutions and the people, but for us, one of our objectives is to popularize ourselves, to promote ourselves, and this will be the start of a very successful development, I'm sure. I'll stop here with regard to citing data and numbers. I will focus on Argentum, on our cluster. Why did we call it Argentum? This is a project that, in our opinions, has a big future, and we are planning well ahead. When we started preparing this project with my friend Enrico Libero, we were wondering where we should start. In France, perhaps, because this is one of the most social countries in Europe. They had experience. In other countries, they have experience, but at the regional level. On the other hand, France managed to focus all governmental resources on this new sector. This cluster we are working on, or this network, let's call it a network, in France it is called Silver, so the name was taken, and Mr. Enrico from Italy, we discussed this and decided on a universal name that would be recognizable at a European level. That's why we decided to call our project Argentum. It's the Latin word for silver. I hope and I think that we managed to find a universal European name for our cluster. At the moment, we have 5 member countries: Spain, Italy, Bulgaria, Latvia, and Litva. By the end of the project, our ambition is to include more countries and develop it to a European level. We are negotiating with colleagues and partners from Germany, from Berlin. They are very interested, and for them this topic has a lot of potential. So the main objective of Argentum is to create a European network for silver economy. Our general objective, the main objective, is to support and promote the concept of silver economy, which, despite what I said about demography and the trends thereof, has not gained the attention it deserves from the business and the institution. Silver Economy Cluster provides innovative solutions and services, providing a new approach to our silver clients, that is the elderly. For us, it's very important to unite the business and create a system of services dedicated to our target group of 65 plus people. Also, we want to give our future members the opportunity to gain accreditation and unite all interested parties in our network. In order to do this, when we drafted our project, we focused on 7 markets of silver economy. For us, those 7 markets are key to silver economy, and as this is an innovative cluster, we are convinced that this is an innovation. We decided to award the first place to ICT, which are key to the development of this economy. Health and well-being are natural markets, as we're talking about elderly people. Tourism, leisure, sports are also promising sectors within silver economy for that same reason. And also, naturally, education in terms of lifelong learning was also became part of our core businesses. A very important thing: participation is free of charge. This project gets European funding. You should have put it in a larger type or larger font. Yes, this is extremely important, but this is the most effective way to make this cluster functional and achieve its objectives. Actually, this way of financing will allow us to gain enough members who will be useful to the local elderly population and useful to each other in terms of creating a cooperation network and innovative network. Let me tell you about the expected results and outputs. As I told you, this is a long-term project. On the other hand, everybody prefers to have concrete results quickly. Let me tell you what do we expect by the end of 2023. First, we want to create a roadmap and do the mapping of silver economy. That's what we are working on now. We wanted to identify the member states which will become parts of the project. We want to map the most important businesses within those 7 core sectors that I mentioned in all member states involved. Then we are planning on 2 training courses, one for businesses from those 7 core business.
design and integration of innovative services is its name, and the other training will be provided to local authorities, local governments. This is very important. At the beginning I said that our local government partners are very important. Our partner in Bulgaria is Sofia municipality. Also, we want to implement innovation measures and services in the sphere of social services and aging in good health. As you know, local authorities, local governments, they have their positions everywhere, unlike businesses which usually focus on in specific reasons. That's why we would like to provide trainings to the local governments, including online trainings. We also work on the materials, the training materials, focusing on innovation and how we can keep the attention of our users. And we are keeping all high standards of online trainings in the development of our future trainings. These are our short-term objectives. We don't have much time. I wouldn't like to bore you with talk for the future. I prefer to give the floor to Professor Oscar Belmonte, who will continue, because he's the one who is very much engaged in artificial intelligence and other important topics that have their place in silver economy. Thank you for your attention. Over to you, sir.
Добре. Трябва ли му и компютъра? Не. Той.
Okay, so let me first give thanks to organizers for inviting me to this event. And now, as Tanya has said, I'm going to briefly present how you can use technology to improve the quality of life of older adults, because this is my main research topic. So I would like to present you some of our projects and the results of our projects. So I'm going to be very brief because we have no time. So this is what Tanya have presented. So I'm not going to say anything more because everything is set. Yeah. So let me briefly jump to the projects that we have developed. So the first one is this that we have called senior monitoring. The idea of this project is to learn a behavior movement pattern for older adults inside their own homes. So the idea of this project is to detect as soon as possible any cognition decay, because a cognition decay is some change that increases very slow with time. So we are not interested in abrupt changes, but in slow changes that could signal some cognitive decay in all adults. So for doing that, we provide other adults with common devices like a smartwatch, like this one, and then we take signals from the surroundings, Wi-Fi signal from the surroundings, and with this information we can locate at every moment in the day where the people is in their own homes. So with this data we create a model that represents the behavior, the individual behavior for each other adult. Okay, the second one, sorry, this is the technology that we have used. So we try indoor movements, and finally we try to detect anomalous behaviors. So the next project that we have developed. The objective for this project is to detect loneliness, because as you probably know, this affects most other adults, at least in Spain. They feel alone. So the idea of this project is to try to use the technology to assess loneliness. So instead of using paper and pencil traditional assessment, we use chatbots. So the idea is that the other adults talk with a chatbot, and using these texts we can assess the loneliness for other adults. So I'm very happy with this project because it has the reception for this was very high. And we use a citizen science approach to develop this project. The idea is that the citizens, as volunteers, participated in all steps in the research process, starting from gathering the data and then cleaning the data, making use of artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms to try to assess how a person and other adults is suffering from loneliness. And the last project that I would like to present you is this. Again, the idea is to use technology, in this case, to assess frailty. So the idea for this is to save time for health practitioners in their days. So the idea is to use computer science. In this case, we use 3D cameras to perform all the assessment, not only physical assessment, but of frailty, but also social assessment and cognitive assessment. So we are developing this project right now. Again, the idea for all our projects is to involve final users in the whole process. So we work directly with the final users. So they are involved from the very beginning of the projects. Okay, and that's are the 3 projects that I like to present you, and that's all. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, indeed, last I receive the messages one by one. Martina Matanti is waiting, has been waiting for 3 hours. Hello, can you hear us? Yes, we hear you.
And I try to be quite fast. Okay, so I'm here representing the European Network of Social Integration Enterprises, and in particular I would like to talk about another project following the ones you've already talked about, and this is called BWISE, which is an acronym standing for Blueprint for Sectoral Cooperation on Skills in WISEs. So first, let me start with a brief description of what we call WISEs. So we have been talking for during all these interventions within this forum about social economy enterprises. WISEs, so working are a subsector of social economy, and they are in particular social enterprises dealing with the work integration of vulnerable groups. So they are enterprises characterized by three main identifying principles. So first of all, they deal with indeed the social and professional integration of all those individuals who, because of different phenomena, also lack of public support, support of tailored measures coming from ministries normally dealing also with labor policies, they are currently discriminated into the labor market. The reason why they are facing an increasing social and both social and professional handicaps that of course be declined in different ways. Then there are enterprises running a proper business, and this is another, of course, characteristics, given that they are social enterprises. The sector is very fragmented, so they are dealing actually with different businesses according to the specialization. And finally, they also have a strong pedagogical dimension, and this is because actually they are providing formal and informal training through, in particular, on-the-job training. And this is, of course, always tailored to specific needs of disadvantaged workers. Now I will go to the core of the project I'm here for today. So the Be Wise project, which started from some assumptions, of course, the needs that are affecting different domains, of course, dealing always with the work integration social enterprises. So, of course, we, as has been said several times today, the digitalization is changing deeply our labor market, and this is remarkable in different declinations. So, of course, digital transition is affecting the work environments. Also the way the support is delivered, because of course work integration social enterprises always try to tailor the kind of support to the need of the specific disadvantaged worker. And of course lifelong learning methodologies are also changing in the way they are delivered thanks to digitalization. Then, as previously mentioned, the WISE sector is very heterogeneous. So, of course, because of the business, so there are some work integration social enterprises dealing with circular economy, with textile, or with agriculture, or even with delivery of specific ICT, dealing, for instance, with schools and so on. So then we also have the more and more skills challenges, which are of course linked to the skills needs, which are also changing within the labor market. And then of course the level of digitalization is changing, not only in terms of the business that the work integration social enterprise is running, but also in terms of geographical location. So normally we can remark, of course, more need of digitalization in rural areas rather than in urban areas, given also the way how the digitalization is delivered towards specific enterprises. All these, of course, lead to some specific barriers to technology use and also to digital skills development. So, of course, social enterprises are facing high costs and insufficient funding, especially when it comes to public support So we've been talking a lot regarding also the role of finance, both public and private. There is essential in order to allow innovation and digitalization in the social economy sector. Also the lack of information of the existing digital technology. So how actually international cooperation can also strengthen this awareness. Then lack of knowledge and skills on how to use digital devices in the wisest environment, and of course insufficient training adapted to the needs of the wisest sector, which are deeply different from the ones needed in the ordinary economy. Some wisest are pioneers, but generally speaking, the know-how is not mainstreamed across Europe, and access and skills to use technology, of course, affect employability and working conditions. So this is actually the initial assumption where this project has started. So on the one hand, the use of digital technologies has spread in work integration enterprises, and digital technologies are also evolving in order, of course, to tackle needs that are the more and more foreseen. But on the other hand, many workers are still lacking behind to develop tailored digital skills. So our project, BeWise, is indeed aimed at developing a European strategy to address the digital skills needs in the work integration social enterprises sector. This is done in a comprehensive way. So the project is targeting 3 different groups. First we have vulnerable groups that we actually try to name workers with support needs in the framework of this project, because we do not want to include only persons with disabilities, but also other categories that are discriminated normally in the labor market. So we are talking about low-skilled migrants, refugees, needs, so persons so we can people affected by mental health issues or even
тук сме, даже имаме участие и по другия проект. Тук и трите ни даже не искаме на 22-ри.
Then another target group of our project is composed by supporters. Supporters are, for instance, job coaches.
Извинявам, че ме виждате в това състояние, но явно сухия въздух. И така. Благодаря. Да, ще аз бързо се възстановявам.
All those ones who are actually supporting, accompanying disadvantaged workers into their transition within the work integration social enterprise. And finally, we have a third target group composed of enablers, who are managers, HR representatives, whoever, developers, engineers, whoever is actually supposed to shape also the policies, not only at internal level, meaning within the work integration social enterprises, but also outside. So policymakers ideally would also be encompassed in this target group. So these are the project's milestones. So the project is very ambitious. It is lasting 4 years in total. It started in January 2021 and it will finish in December 2024. And we have, of course, some specific milestones to track the pathway towards the overall result, which is our blueprint. So first, we are now finalizing this first milestone, meaning the report on current skills gaps and future needs, which is of course affecting the work integration social enterprises sector, and this is also taking into account the 3 target groups I was explaining before. Then we will deliver 3 EU VT curricula, and this is 1 per each target group, of course. This is also a very challenging task, given that, as already mentioned, the social economy sector, meaning also the work integration social enterprise sector, is very fragmented, it's very diversified, so we of course need to take into account also the trends in the labor market applying all over Europe. Then we are going to implement some pilot activities in order to evaluate also the 3 EU VT curricula in the 13 implementation countries of the project. By the way, Bulgaria is also one of the implementation countries of this project. Assessment, then we have the assessment of the curricula by certification authorities, which are of course also involved in the implementation of the BWISE project. And finally, we will deliver the European sectoral skills strategy for the WISE sector, which is otherwise called also Blueprint. So this is an idea of the composition of the consortium that is implementing the BWISE project. The project is led by 2 umbrella organizations operating at European level. On the one hand, we have the ASPD, the European Association of Service Providers for Persons with Disabilities, and on the other hand we have ENSI, the European Network of Social Integration Enterprises, and they are complementary in their work, given that one is indeed more focusing on persons with disabilities and the other one is more focusing on other vulnerabilities affecting disadvantaged groups. On top of this, of course, we have other 28 partners, so the consortium is overall composed of 30 partners based in 13 European Union member states, and these partners are representing WISE sector representatives, so they are work integration social enterprises federations or organizations at national or regional level. Other partners are VT providers, and other countries, on top of that, we also have another umbrella organization, which is a European Research Center based in northern Italy, who has a lot of experience in mapping social enterprises, taking into account features of different member states. Something also that I wanted to mention is the innovative aspect of this project, because BWISE wants to establish an EU-wide partnership that we can also call Alliance for Skills on WISEs, and this is why we are trying also, we chose actually to gather different kind of organizations, different stakeholders within the consortium. We want to make sure that not only WISE's representatives, so who is currently carrying out the work with the vulnerable groups is represented, but also BT providers, so who is also entitled to deliver certified training and facilitate also this on-the-job training that is already delivered by work integration social enterprises. Then support of course the overall growth for the WISE sector, and avoid that people in support needs will be further excluded due to digitalization. Then once again, we try to target WISEs from different economic domains. So we are, of course, taking into account also the trends at national and regional level. We are also trying to target different groups of workers. This is why we have 3 specific target groups and staff categories. And here there's a slide with some contacts in case you are interested in having more information. My email address, the project website, and also the link to the official social media of the BWISE project. So thank you for your attention, and please do not hesitate to contact me in case you are interested in knowing more.
Thank you very much, Martina. Applause for you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Allow me to extend my gratitude to all the participants in this panel. Thank you all for your patience and for your participation. Thank you too, sir. Good luck. Let me remind you, tomorrow we are still on. I'm sorry I had to go outside because I didn't feel very well. See you tomorrow.